Welcome, welcome. So last time we got clipping working in Glop, and then we have to get it working. We have to update haunts to use the new way to do the clipping. It boils down to we're using the model view matrix differently. I might just revert the change that we've got in progress right now and try to take a fresh stab at it. Well, let's just review the diff and see what we should and could change. So here we see an UI chooser. We've commented out a push clip planes. We should probably not comment it out. We probably shouldn't just make a random region. So now there's some logging statements in here, which we probably don't need. If we need them, we'll find out soon. Okay, so in houseroom.go, we used to say with matrix in mode, but now we're saying with mult matrix in mode, which is to say we used to just set the entire model view matrix, but now we're composing with what's there before. One thing we can do is depend on the old version of Glop and log what the model view matrix is coming in, so we know if it was the identity or not. Because if it was the identity, multing is the same as replacing. Certainly we were replacing before. If it wasn't the identity before, we're going to be wrong. So maybe we'll just, put in model view matrix. Yeah. Here we're disabling a test just for now while we're working on things. Yeah, so in Room Viewer, I think it'll be especially important to understand what these matrices look like on the way in. So debug, draw wall, model view mat is baseline model view, and then like the floor matrix with that. And then, maybe it does stuff wrong, maybe it doesn't. Room viewer test. Should this be with mult matrix or should it be just with matrix? Well, I think it's I think it should be with mult matrix because we should expect the model view matrix to be not the identity anymore. We should expect it to be what was effectively the projection matrix before. So we will. Oh. I guess it depends on how we compute it, but this shouldn't be with mult matrix. This should be just with matrix. In that we don't want to apply the projection and then this thing. We just want to apply this thing. Is that true? We want like floor times model view. Oh wow, we're skipping this test. I forgot about that. Let's just leave it as it was and only fix things as they break tests. Slash, we should really make this test work. Okay, let's run the test now. See what works, see what doesn't, and pick one that we can focus on. Okay, room test.go, line 106. Failed. Oh yeah, that's why we were skipping this, because we were trying to focus on this yesterday. So I think it's like make test run args verbose, but run test room. So yeah, sure, some get skipped, but it's the drawing walls that fails, which is what we're seeing. Yeah. Okay. We don't need this and this, I think. Yeah. So let's drop it. I think we'll continue to warn about it, but long story short, make sure all of our textures load. Okay. So this does a with matrix in mode of model view. Okay. And then we probably reapply it here, don't we? Which is not right. So render wall textures is getting called with the right model view matrix set already in the test. Does that happen in real code or like production? With room render settings. It should, yeah. Okay, so this doesn't need to compose with it. It just needs to use it. So at this point, either we push a copy on the matrix stack so that we can muck with the world model view matrix, or we just don't bother wrapping this. Yeah, I think we just don't bother wrapping it. We're not calling into other helpers. We just don't need to use it. That's nice. I think we're in a green step. Let's embrace green step things. What did my fingers think I needed to hold shift for that? Silly fingers. Is this the right matrix? Like, is this the correct matrix? It doesn't. Why does it have Z? Oh, yeah, it'll have Z because we're doing like a tip. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. This is column major order. Yeah, DibPixel. Haunts is what was going to be a game, but the Kickstarter fell through. So, long story short, I was doing Go stuff, and I was on the Reddit looking for answers to some question. I came across this post, and it's like, what is this thing? And that was 8 years ago now. This post was here. I only found the post, maybe a year and a half ago, and it was in the kind of the back of my mind. But somebody launched a Kickstarter. They were going to make a cool game. Here, let me give you the link so you can follow it if you like. But basically, they made a game in Go before Go was even 1.0, and it fell apart. Took a little bit longer than they expected. They ran out of money. They ran out of programmers, and yeah, bad things. But what they did do was kick all the source code up onto GitHub for anybody to look, and I'm trying to make it go. I mean, I kind of got past the point of will it compile or run, so that's good. But we're still struggling with a few things. Like this is kind of broken right now, and if you want to like play a game, it kind of crashes. But progress. It's good kickstarting then, as long as they didn't take the money and leave nothing. Yeah, no, they tried really hard to get something out, but software projects fail. it's not unusual. I'm not familiar with Slay the Princess, but yeah, it's got a good aesthetic. I like it. It gives me Don't Starve vibes sometimes. But yeah, right now I'm trying to make our tests work because there's like two big parts of the project. There's like the application haunts, and there's like a library that is purpose built for haunts called Glop. And we fixed how we were doing clipping in Glop, and now I got to make it work in haunts. It's a recent choose your own adventure, collect the endings game. Oh, nice. Fantastically written and great art. Nice. So did I? Yeah, I did log this. Okay, so render wall textures. What? Okay. I guess what I'm looking for is room.go 409. You don't know anything about Go, but if you can help with math or C, let you know. Thank you. Yeah, Go is a pretty nice thing to learn once you know C. I think it was Rob Pike that kind of designed most of it or whatever, right? And so it's like really C pilled in terms of like you get pointers, but it takes away a lot of that stuff that everybody hates, or not everybody hates, I should say, but stuff that is consistently a pain in the butt with C, like build times, like garbage collection, like information hiding. But yeah, knowing C really helps you know Go. At least that's how I found. Although I would say that about many languages. Knowing C lets you know Java, lets you know C++, lets you know lots and lots of things. So right now I'm trying to figure out why we're not rendering the textures the way we used to. Basically, if we depend on the old version of the library and we run the tests, we'll see that we can render things to the screen. But now we're seeing that we're getting like a black square. And it's probably to do with there were assumptions baked in before about what the model view matrix. I don't know if you know any OpenGL. Knowing how to program helps with knowing how to program. Well said. Well said. But if somebody only knows Visual Basic, I might not hire them as a back-end dev or something. You know what I mean? There's programming and then there's programming. And to be honest, like a lot of this project is about me learning about game dev because I don't know game dev. I just know other dev. You've done DX and OGL, still haven't touched Vulkan. Yeah, I'm barely familiar with the parts of OpenGL that this project is using, but certainly the way we're clipping now is actually using the model view matrix to position geometry, and then with GL clip plane casting out things that are too far to the right, left, or up or down. We used to not use the model view matrix to do the things you're supposed to do with the model view matrix, and so Haunts is expecting like it to be the identity all the time, but it's not. So I'm gonna try to fix that. So what is the matrix I expect to get logged? Let me see if I can find the actual log I want. That's usually a good place to start. Okay. So render wall textures. The world view was this, or sorry, world to view, and then the model view matrix that we got from OpenGL, like when we just say GL get it. Frustum calling, not even Frustum calling. They're using OpenGL, but it's a 2D game, kinda. And we're using clipping planes to cast out geometry when we're building UI. So like you can imagine like a window with widgets in it, right? And then widgets are nested within widgets. And we don't want drawing in this top left widget to like spill over and clobber like a bottom right widget. Just plain calling. Exactly, yep. Yep. So these look similar-ish, right? In terms of values, which is kind of what I would have expected. It used to be that we had to pass in a matrix to apply, but now render wall textures expects to be called with that already applied. So if that's the case, why would we see different behavior? You apply textures after transforming. I mean, the textures are just kind of curried along with the geometry, right? So each vertex that we send to the GPU has like an X, Y, Z, and I guess like a S and a T, or a U and a V, or a texture coordinates, right? And so the texturing happens in the fragment shader. Yeah, you would think they're just UV maps with their pin to verts. Exactly. Yep. But I think my transformation is sending my vertices off into space. When we make the room matrices, we just straight up do the math. So that shouldn't be affected by what the current model view matrix is. EVW is the 3D texture coordinate space. Yeah. Yeah, we don't bother with 3D textures. We just have 2D textures. That's as far as I've seen. Like, I still don't know the whole code base. I just kind of randomly picked it up. So I've learned what I've learned, and I don't know what's going on with most of it. It's a learning exercise. You don't think you've ever used W either? Yeah. I mean, you could. It's good to store some metadata value if you're not using it for transforms. Oh. Yeah, you can kind of like curry a little debug value, like an ID for the entity or something, and then like use that to color things. You've seen W used for transparency or depth or something like that. Yeah, I mean, it's data, and you got it on the GPU if you send it, but we don't send it right now. What are our other tests that fail? Maybe I can use those other failing tests to inform my intuition here. I don't really have a good, like, this is the list of tests that failed, but it's kind of looking like some of them are getting skipped, but only this one is failing right now. Let us run the test verbosely and see if it gives us a better listing of what failed. And in fact, which ones were skipped. So can be drawn. That's in test room viewer. Or maybe room viewer test. This has probably been skipped for a while now. Drawing res test fails, yes. Or sorry, the drawing walls fails, and then drawing res test is skipped. Let's also draw res test and see what we get. Res test, this is like test room that I've been trying to use to iterate. I was able to draw it before, so like if we can draw res test, then just drawing the walls is really just we're messing up how we're testing. No, res test fails as well. So the tests basically, some of these tests basically have an expected file, and it checks what we render versus the expected file. So we expected this, but we got that. We expected this, but we got that. Okay. So the other thing to think about is, are we now breaking clipping? Like, is the clipping that Hans was doing getting like ignored, and now it's not getting ignored? So that's why it's clipping everything out? I don't know. So it's not throwing an error, it's just not rendering correctly? That's right. Yeah. Those errors are hard. Yep. Yep. Yes, they are. But maybe we can like break it down into subproblems, right? So like at this point we should expect that the model view matrix is equal to the floor. So let's assert it. If we don't have a great way of saying they're the same, but slices dot equal floor comma debug dot get model view matrix. Oh, we're in convey, so let's say so floor. Have you ever done any test-driven development or behavior-driven development? I'm trying to also force myself to do that with this project, which is also not like a game dev thing, but why not? So floor should equal this guy. You've only done TDD and JavaScript, TypeScript? Yeah. Sorry, my brain is... What happened to my... Okay, just my semantic completion engine is upset right now. What? How did I break it so bad? Okay. 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 That. Sorry. They have the best test libraries, anyways. JavaScript and TypeScript. Uh, yeah. I've I've met many a testing library that has helped me, and many a testing library that has hindered me. I don't think I've ever found anything that's perfect, including the things that I've hand rolled. But you got to work with what you got. Um, how did I so badly break this? Oh, I can't have it. Okay, never mind. So we have a dedicated thread to do GL operations, and this is like kind of the way to send work to the thread. I shouldn't uh, call our test assertion on that thread. I need to just read the data and bring it back. Seeing constant errors. How did you get it to pass that test? I deleted the test. I mean, if the test is not asserting on the functionality that you want, deleting it is the right thing to do. But usually it's not what you should do. um, okay, so I'm gonna say there's a variable called model view. I want a good name for it, but I can't be bothered. It's a render matrix. Then we're going to say model view is that. This returns me a render matrix, right? Or slice of floats, sure. That works too. And then, so model view. I'm trying to put the expected value first and then like actual value second. So the room matrix should equal the model view matrix. I doubt this will work right now. Wait, what? Oh, the floor. Sorry, not the room, but the floor. The floor is the matrix. Yes. And the floor is of type what? MathGL mat4, which is a 4x4 of float 32s. So this is going to fail because these aren't the same type. As float 32s is a slice of float 32. Let's just do make that size len of model view for the in range model view as float 32s at, oh, I guess I would need an index. And if you've never used Golang before and thought Golang was like a higher level language, welcome. It's not. the like idiomatic Go is to actually write out these loops instead of like have a for each helper thing, which I don't like repeating myself, but we tend to. And then, oh, sorry, this should be as float 32. And then we probably need to do like a close enough, not a equal equal. Okay, it's still the type that it's upset about. Yeah. Not particular about other way of looping. Sometimes semantically for each is worse anyways. Yep. I think having the choice is good. But Go is like, don't do it higher order, do it rolled out. And it's like, oh. Basically having to use a callback on a for each is awful, but sometimes it's much faster to find slash loop through items. Yeah. Like at the end of the day, like the compiler should know, oh, it's a for loop. You're not gonna, maybe you're only gonna get that when you like JIT your JavaScript or whatever, but for Go, the compiler likes to flex, likes to uh, show off. There's a type difference. There's a type difference. Right? Oh, I guess I got to cast it to mathgl.mat4. Ugh. This is one of the annoying things with the the testing framework I'm using. They're like should equal first does like type is equal, not like types are doc type equal-ish. You like how Python does it? He said for underscore and underscore, let's do our thing. What would for underscore in underscore? I guess it's like for whatever you want in whatever you want. Underscore. Sorry, in my mind, the underscore was this is a Goism where you have underscore as like I need to give this variable a name, but I don't plan to use this variable. Don't bother me about it. Use underscore. So it was like for I don't care in I don't care. Let's do our thing. And it was like, huh? But no, it's yeah. In Python that would be you'd have to pick something for those. All right, so this succeeded. This is line 116. Sorry, 114. This still failed. Line 116. My timer's going. I am going to be right back. I need to change over the laundry. You meant it as blanks to fill in, but Lodash is great. Yeah. I need coffee and to change over the laundry, but I'll be right back. Super high-tech overlay engage. fellow coffee enjoyer. Yeah. Okay. So right before we call render wall textures, we do have floor set up as the model view matrix. That's what this does for us. That's what that checks for us. So let's go deeper. Render wall textures. I guess if we looked hard enough, we would have seen it already, but sure. Okay. Am I using any kind of shader, and are you definitely seeing the wall from the front, normal positive side? Am I using any kind of shader? Not for the walls. I'm just using the fixed function pipeline because this project was from 12 years ago or whatever, and so shaders were like new and scary. If it's got biface calling, you might just be looking through the wall. If it's like rotated, maybe about the z-axis, or sorry, about the y-axis, maybe. But I wouldn't expect that to be the case. The basic premise of how we're doing this is we have actually let me draw it. You can laugh with me about how bad I am at drawing. So there's like 3 squares, right? There's like the floor, the left wall, and the right wall. And then we have like a texture for this surface, we have a texture for that surface, texture for this surface. Cool. Then to make it look like the isomorphic projection, we apply a rotation to it. So it's like twist it like this, right? Make it like that. And then tilt the top away from the viewer and the bottom towards the viewer. So it's like and then for the left wall and the right wall, do an extra rotation to get them standing up instead of in line with the floor. So what we've changed in like the library end was now we're using the model view matrix for things that we probably should have been using it for the whole time. But it used to always be the identity, right? And so now my best guess is what's happening is that one of these rotations is just sending it to like if this is the, let's say if this was the screen, the rotation is sending our geometry off to space, right? Just like out to the nether. Is that like mode 7 rendering? The walls aren't actually vertical, they're just projected that way? I don't know what mode 7 rendering is, but the end result should be that the walls look vertical. So this image here is, let me see if I can make that bigger for you. So this is like a room. So this is the floor. This is one of the walls, right? And this is one of the walls. And then the lines here are scuffed and not properly scaled rendering of like a decal that we're slapping on the wall. It's supposed to look like a cobweb, but it's out of proportion. So this like floor matrix that we've got is the matrix that takes this texture and maps it from like a flat 2D rectangle by way of like twisting shrink or flipping, tripping, whatever you want to call it. It does the thing, and to make it look the way we want. But right now we're getting just black. So I'm expecting that it's that the model view matrix is now completely different from what some code somewhere was expecting. But I keep logging it, and I keep seeing what I would have expected the old code to expect. For a decal, you're not rendering a new plane with the texture, but drawing it on existing geometry. No, I think we are rendering a new plane. We use the same transform to like put it at the wall, but I don't think we're like changing the geometry of the wall. The wall is always just going to be 4 vertices, if that makes sense. So I think the thing to do is run the old code, see what it was expecting, and see where that's going wrong. Okay, let us look at where we are here. Rip. Okay. I could have used like git stash, but I always find that like I forget that a stash is there, and I prefer just to commit. if I got to throw away a commit, that's okay. And certainly my tooling lets me remember where it is, whereas the stash is just like too ephemeral, too ethereal. But that's just me. So anyways, we should be green. All right. Now let's log what we're expecting here. Let's log the state of things at the different spots. Oh look, we already have logging. Yay! Before with matrix in mode. How are you liking the music, Dead Pixel? Is it even can you hear it? You love Vim, but you can never use it as your IDE like this? Oh, this is what I am calling my DDE, my disintegrated development environment. It's not integrated. You can't actually hear it. Might need to turn it up on your end. Oh, yeah. I changed the settings recently so that the music doesn't go to the VOD, so it doesn't get like copyright claimed. But yeah, hoping it's not too loud or too quiet. But good old OBS channel 2. Yeah. See, I thought I recognized the name a little bit. You stream too as well, right? If it's not Navad, it never happened. Dash V for verbose because I want the actual logs. Dash count 1 to bust the caches, and then dash run to actually run just the test room tests. You haven't streamed in years on this account, but you do sometimes. You have a DJ account since didn't want to convert this one. Oh, nice. What do you spin? I'm into like the happy hardcore, old school hardcore stuff. We're looking for render wall textures. Oh, we're computing the floor matrix, assuming that we'll get projection matrix afterwards. Okay. Yeah, we used to do model view things in the projection matrix instead, which is my naive assumption, but house, tech, EBM, nice. See, I like listening to old school hardcore, but nobody else wants to hear it, so I don't play it. Yeah. I mean, if you spin, they will come. No, no, I'm just joking. You got to do what you got to do, but I certainly like it. Okay, so what did we learn? We learned that messing with the matrix mult pipeline is always a chore. Yeah, yeah, for sure. But at least we have like a green state beforehand to like compare. So the thing was, this used to expect a floor matrix that would map to I want to say normalized device coordinates. Like if we look at it, it's like, and this is row major order, so it's like 2. I can't read it like this. Cannot read like this. Is it row major or column major? I think it's column major. I don't have enough. Where did my missing values? What? There's transpose. No. We'll get there. We'll get there. So yeah, this is like this is like the left column, second column, third column, fourth column. I think. So it's like rotating it, but it would expect something in NDC, and then it would no. That would be rows. Like this is the first row, second row, third row, fourth row. It always breaks my mind because like OpenGL does things in I want to say column major order. What's a good? Well, OpenGL column major or row major order. Column major notation. Okay. When you get data back from OpenGL though, GL, hold on. It's like a GL get, and then you give it the model view matrix or something. I guess if you do like a mult matrix, it would tell you what you need to pass. Column major, yeah. OpenGL does column major. Flip it around the diagonal and it works for either, yeah. Yeah. It's even more confusing because the layout in memory is exactly the same regardless of if you say it's row or column major. Is that true? Like it is just an array, but unless it's symmetric, wouldn't you get not a thing? Like, do you know what I mean? Like, I would expect if we have a 2x2 matrix, right? 1, 2, 3, 4. In column major order, it's 1, 3, 2, 4. But in row major, it'd be 1, 2, 3, 4. Like they're both just arrays, but depending on which ordering you take, it would be different. If you have a symmetric matrix, right, then it doesn't matter. Like A, B, B, A goes to A, B, B, A, and A, right? The actual array in memory stores them in the same way. The positions assigned by the programmer are pretty arbitrary. Star, star, star. Yeah. Anyways, I think this is column major. So this is the second column, third column, fourth column. Oh, there was a link? Oh. Maybe I can let you post links. How to mod or how to moderate slash I don't I don't know how to let you post links. Let's find out together. Twitch allow chatter to post links. There should be like a slash command, right? Permit. Column major versus row major is purely notational convention. Yes. Note that post multiplying with column major matrices produces the same result as pre-multiplying with row major matrices. Yes. The OpenGL specification and OpenGL reference manual both use the column major notation. You can use any notation as long as it's clearly stated. Yeah. Oh. Hmm. unrestrict. Try posting link now. If you want. Yeah, certainly like it's the notation, but like I guess when I get an array back from OpenGL, I want to know, was it? Oh no, it's still blocked. Hmm. I don't know how to Twitch. Sorry. I do not know. Oh well. Literally a checkbox in your settings page on Twitch whether or not to allow links. Yeah, the bang permit or bang allow stuff is only for Nightbot or Moobot. Yeah, it's but I was using a slash command, which should be Twitch built in. Whatever. It's funny because the spam bots know how to defeat or work around it. It was like put spaces between the dot and the domain, or like use combining diacritics to sneak a URL in. Sneaky bots. Yeah. So my logic is that this is this is doing part of the, like this is going to add 100 to every x and every y. And that's because why? We might have to remath some math. Don't buy followers, learn 3D math instead. Yeah! +1. So yeah, that's what this is doing. We're probably using like a 200 by 200 canvas or viewport. And then, so it's like move by half the width of the viewport. And then stuff. But we don't need to do that anymore, because the model view matrix will take care of that for us. After the model view matrix is applied, where's the viewer? I mean, it's kind of a scuffed question, but what if we just do this? Now, it won't work right now because we're on the old code. We're using the old version of the library. Let's figure this out. This is old. So, clipping. The room make mats is applying region offset. I guess it would still have to, right? Because like, let's say we've got 7 rooms. We still want to draw room 1 over here, room 2 over there, room 3 over here, room 4 over there. What are the units of that? This stuff like really melted my brain, so I added a lot of comments. But um, so this assumption is broken, kind of. So in the old times, we would have to send geometry that was expecting to get like post multiplied by the projection matrix? No. Thought experiment. Let's say I have 2 programs, and they're identical except for one keeps the model view matrix, the identity matrix, and just mucks with the projection matrix. And then the other program keeps the projection matrix as the identity matrix and only mucks with the model view matrix. Should those programs produce the same output? Yes, but not if someone's calling GL clip planes, which is exactly what we're doing for clipping. Um, so otherwise, I think they should be the same. Oh no, you're saying? Like, does the fragment shader run between them? In between? It would leave the model stationary and adjust how it was projected on screen if you only changed the projection matrix. Yeah. Well, I think at the end of the day, um, we just need to green the test. uh, we can get into the math maybe, but model matrix is the world position, rotation scale, and homogeneity of the model object itself. View is the camera, world is the world's usually identity, and projection is derived from the camera, FOV, calling planes, etc. I'm sure you're right. I just I know each word what it means, but putting them all together kind of hard for me to figure out. um, if you just use the projection matrix, you get an orthographic view. Well, you get um, just I don't know. No depth of field, no perspective, just straight rendering. Like in my mind, it's like each of these matrices does some transformation to each of the vertices, right? And each of the matrices is just another step in the transformation. So it's like do this transform, then do this transform, then do this transform. So if you say move it by 20 pixels over here and then do nothing, that should be the same as do nothing, move it by 20 pixels. But I guess what you're saying is that that's not true. Sorry, I opened my eyes and see it. Yes, it's exactly that, but I think that's for a previous thing I said. Stream delay. What we'll do, matrix multiplication, the order matters. Exactly, yeah. But like, whether it's op, identity, or identity, op, multiplied by the identity left or right is nothing, is a no op, right? So the total transform is still just the op in both those cases, if I understand. Yeah, identity is essentially no op, yeah. So this was the matrix we saw, the data we saw pre stuff. And then the data we see afterwards is this. No, is this. Where am I? Oh yeah, I wanted to compare. So this looks pretty similar-ish. But here's the thing. The total transform before was this matrix, then the projection matrix we had, which was like a orthographic projection. Now we've got the orthographic projection baked into the model view matrix. And so we swap the order of the projection operation and I call it the projection operation because that's just how I used to have it. I wonder. What if we use the identity matrix? Cool. Eh. That might break your brain if you're only used to C. Oh. Okay, so let's do a thing in the test where we maybe add some more geometry, add some more vertices and draw them and see where they show up. Well, no, we shouldn't have to. We should be able to just look at what the matrices are and see where it goes. Maybe what I should do. Why am my fingers not fingering? A lot of languages Go is not one of them. Yeah. These lines that just print to std error instead of actually logging are the clipping. Are end up being part of the clipping stuff. Because when we push clip planes, and I don't know where we do that on this call path, but with room render GL settings. Hold on. Where are we? In room viewer. But we're not doing it in. What if we just did a thing where it was like, after we draw the wall texture, we did something like draw a big textured quad and then encode like some kind of information in the color of each piece of the quad. Hold my beer. We need a 3F. It's a 200 by 200 square that I think we have. Right? GL color 3F. And then it's GL begin with like GL dot quads. Okay, so what is that saying? That's saying that we drew from whatever space we're in. Just you write the whole thing to use BSPs? How hard can it be? Oh, yeah. What's a BSP? Something shader program? Let's go bigger. So we'll go from minus scale to scale scale uh, scale and minus scale. Binary space partition. It's what Doom, Quake, Unreal, and some other games used to dig volumes out of a solid world. Oh, um, I think I understand. Like my mental model is like uh, sculpting, right? You chisel away what you don't want. Okay, still no quad. Uh, the entire game world is either empty or solid, and you create volumes that are the opposite. So you can create platforms in a void or dig caves out of an endless solid block. Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. Um, right now I want to clip plane. Um, or we can just disable them, right? Then, where was it? Geometry. GL disable. Turn off all the clip. We'd better see red. No, we don't see red. Yeah, it doesn't have to render the solid part, so you just can make it look like you're in space, but with an invisible solid wall everywhere. Yeah. Bigger. We've done this before. You think PDFs might be the most difficult thing to code around? Are you talking about portable document format, or is there some other PDF probability distribution function? TLAs, man, they'll get you every time. Oh yeah, PostScript and such. Yeah, it makes more sense if you think about typesetting. Um, but yeah, no, it's nutty. We have to render a document. Let's use a Turing complete language. So this is quite frustrating. I mean, I don't think HTML itself is Turing complete, but uh, once you have JavaScript, it is. I think. I don't know. Maybe you could cheat by self-referencing with like XML nonsense, but wait, that might not work. Hold on. Dot with. Like, I can make a red square, right? I can make a red square, right? I can't make a red square. Oh, HTML and CSS? Okay. So hold on. You're telling me oh, I gotta do like a disable texture 2D or something. So it colors based on GL color. There we go. Okay. Sanity is creeping back. Okay. So then if we have much less scale, then what? Still pretty big. Okay. If we have much less scale, then what? Still pretty big. All right. If it's that, yeah, let's that. Okay. With fresh matrices uses what do you call it? Normalized device coordinates. Good. Okay. Scale up. Whoa. Let's. What? I don't know where that came from. Back to big scale. We don't see it. Are we rotating it such that it's like... What is going on? Okay. At the end of the day, like, we send geometry, we send matrices, we ought to be able to do the math. So what is this doing? This is doing select texture unit 0, bind the array buffer, read vertices from the bound array buffer, right? Read texture coordinates from the bound array buffer. On texture unit 1, use texture coordinates from the what? Oh yeah, this is the line of sight stuff that we're just not using. So which of these happens? Make try again. DLV is like the GDB for Go. Except kind of not really. It's got to recompile everything, so it's going to take a while. You even got to compile the C code. Go, go, go. Yay. Run, or I'll restart with args of test.run test room. Okay, it runs and it still fails. Cool. We want to break on room.go line 435. Restart, run it. Okay. Where are we? I just want to make sure we're in the right test before we get too ahead of ourselves. Host test room specs.func 1.2.2.1. Obviously. We're in house test. Room specs. Room test.go 101. Yeah, this is the one we care about. so we've got a struct with some GL IDs in it. We've got a V buffer, we have a left eye buffer, we have a left eye count, right buffer, right eye count, floor buffer, floor eye count. Okay. Stencil buffer. My understanding of their stenciling is that they don't really use it right now here. It's for another pass that they deal with it. Okay, so what does this tell me? I need to know what's in the buffers, don't I? When in doubt, log more. There should only be one. Yeah. We're gonna want to log what's the vertex data in the buffers. I think I have a helper for that. Dump buffer. Ooh. So you get a slice of some kind of number. Mm-hmm. This is saying how long is the buffer in bytes, and then the number of values in the slice should be the number of bytes in the whole buffer divided by the size of a single element of the buffer. Buffer len over size of buffer at 0. Kind of. We construct a value of the type and then take the size of that, but it's fine. How do I know which type to use for n? I mean, it depends on what you put in the buffer, right? If you buffered a bunch of floats, you should think of it as floats. If you buffered a bunch of ints, you should think of it as ints. Let us assume that it is ints, and if they look floaty, we'll assume that they're floats. Maybe. Okay, so I kind of know what's going to be in the index buffer. It's going to be like 0, 1, 2, 0, 2, 3, or whatever to draw a square. What I want is the V buffer. Let's move this trace down a little bit and say V buffer contents debug.get dump buffer, I called it. Dump buffer as, you know, I really just want to get it right. So, vBuffer. Who is your daddy? What does he do? Room vertices. Yeah. Okay. So it's float 32s. Okay, Mr. vBuffer. Now the way to read this is that it's a flat array of a bunch of vertex. What I was just looking at it of room vertex instances. So it's 3 floats for x, y, z, 2 floats for UV, and 2 floats for the line of sight U and V. So let's see if that tracks. So x is 10, y is 0, z is 0, and then some kind of index into texture, some kind of line of sight thing that I've never touched. Basically 0, 0, 0, texture, line of sight texture. Basically 0, 10, 0. Texture, line of sight texture, 10, 10, 0. Hold on. Oh, crap. I don't think it's just a quad right now. Where do we load the data? Buffer data. Yeah. This is the data that we're buffering. Because that's not hard to read at all. Like, clearly that's the room, or the floor, you know? Easy peasy. Okay, but if we think about it, they're sending zeros, they're sending 0.5s, they're sending what looks to be normalized device coordinates for the actual vertices. So the second vertex has a almost 0 value. Why? It should be the room.gx, no? Why? Where are we? In room.render. Oh. So we load it. No more references. So render wall textures does not call the room.render. Room.render calls render wall textures. Yeah. Okay. When I dump that buffer, do I... Are they just allowed to rewrite where things are? Once they've copied it over? I mean, I guess. Feels wrong. Feels wrong. Zero 10, 10 10, 10 0, 0 10. Okay, so we're sending values between 0 and 10. The geometry that we're sending is on this like 0 to dx by 0 to dy space. I have no idea what this is. This is effectively asking if the wall texture has loaded, not. Me no likey. Me no likey. So the data that we send for vertices defining the floor slash walls is in the range 0 to dx and 0 to dy. So for us, I wonder if maybe let's not worry about wall textures and worry more about the floor first. If we can't draw the floor, we can't do anything else. And if we try to hack it to make the wall textures work, we might have to redo a bunch of work to get the floor working. So let's do the floor first. Yeah. So do we need to call this with room render GL settings of floor? We're logging floor somewhere, right? Does this look like the kind of thing that would transform something in 0 to 10 into something that's 0 to 200? Not really, eh? If the middle of the room would be 5, 5. 5 times 2 plus 5 plus 1.85. Well, I guess the z is 0. Where? How they do this is also really scuffed, in my opinion. I think this is stenciling out the doors. Yeah. But for the floor, there are no doors. And now whether we're drawing the wall or the floor, set the floor to be the model view matrix. Eh? What are you talking about? If we try to break this down into smaller chunks, let's try and get the floor rendering correctly. So So don't worry about what this does unless it clobbers things. No, it's fine. I think. Hopefully. Okay, so this doesn't happen because plain.mat is the floor. This is just gory. But I don't think that happens. Like, what in the heck? Uh, this uses unsigned shorts, right? Yeah, I think. It's when we call render wall textures that we actually issue the draw elements for the floor. But only if there's a... What? If there's no wall textures, where do we draw the floor? Here. So what are we drawing here? Like, we're setting bits in the stencil function, or in the stencil buffer. Is that what this is for? So this draw elements call, what in the F is going on? why they use different stencil operations for. I don't know. They're not. I was saying, like, why would they use different bits for, like, the left stencil and the right stencil? Or the stenciling for the left wall and the stenciling for the right wall, but they're not. Um, so this happens for the left wall first. We bind all of the vertices twice. And we bind the planes index buffer and the planes texture. Okay, that almost makes sense in terms of like the vertex buffer has the vertices for the floor and the walls, and just the. But this, why is this floor I count? For the left wall, shouldn't it be left wall I buffer? And the right wall should be right wall I buffer? For, for the left wall, why do we. How did that work before? So let's say, just for fun, that this was happening. We would draw this many triangles, or like whether it's taking it in terms of indices or terms of triangles, but we would draw this much. We would read past the end of these buffers. Okay, I'm gonna get some coffee. When we come back, we're going to embrace the green step, um, or the rules of the green step, which is we're allowed to commit heresy. So yeah, stay tuned for heresy. So I promised heresy when I came back. Maybe it's not heresy, but a different approach. Okay. What have we done on this diff that I want to keep? Don't care. Don't care. Don't care. I fixed Room Viewer. Yeah, I'm not sure I care to keep any of this stuff. Also, I was thinking about it. When we say draw element with floor I buffer, sorry, floor I count, no, this is as broken as I thought it was. What? Okay, what we're gonna do is log the GL state before each of our draw elements call, and see where it's different, see where it's the same. And then do what we need to do to make it the same state as it was before. Sound good? Okay. Okay. And we're gonna work on, do I want to work on drawing the whole room or just the render wall textures? My gut says try the smallest thing first, but then my pessimist says, but how can we be sure we've recreated this environment before we've proven this to be right? Okay, before we jump in, you can't draw a room with no the res test.room file doesn't specify a texture for the wall. Okay. What other logging do we have? Let's clean up some of this logging here. In general, we shouldn't be tracing all the things. Nor should we be doing that. Yeah. That's a good... No, we don't want that, because we're going to log it here anyways. If when paths... Well, we know the length of paths is greater than 0. We're doing that. Okay, so... room geometry. Dx, dz. Maybe not a slash. I don't know what C is. Yeah, whatever. So yes, let's log the vertices that we're uploading for the room. This should just be logging changes. Simplify / update some logging. Okay. So what I want to do now is do a make test run args dash run test run verbose and don't cache. Put all that on pre-clips log. Okay. So now these tests are failing. Post clips. The intersects that we run are the same. We need to log the GL state. Okay. Oops. House room test. Check this out. Logging.trace render. Room.render called. GL state debug.get GL state, and floor is floor. So this should have oh, we didn't turn on tracing. Maybe that'll be enabled. Yes. Okay, so in the beginning, we had an identity model view matrix and a projection matrix like that. The projection matrix took normalized device coordinates and spat out our like screen space coordinates. Pardon me. No. It took our screen space coordinates and it spat out normalized device coordinates. At the end of the day, OpenGL needs to work on normalized device coordinates, and that's what we end up having to generate for it. Okay. Now if we make update glop, run it again. Yeah. So like the GL state was different. Look at that. So the floor is the same. That's cool. So now the projection matrix is the identity matrix, and the model view matrix is kind of what the projection matrix used to be, I think. 0.007. 525. Yeah. Okay, that tracks. And then res test fails because, oops, go on fingers. Yeah, okay. Now, the reason res test failed is because the model view matrix was different coming in. All right, so with room render GL settings, so the thing that was passed into here used to be composed with the projection matrix. Used to get pre-multiplied to the projection matrix. AKA, its job was to look at the output of the projection matrix and make it do stuff. Is that right? Like in my mind, it's we apply the model view matrix, then we apply the projection matrix. Which is really saying that the model view matrix is to the right of the projection matrix if you were to multiply these things. Linear algebra. The model view matrix is the first to act. So what used to be a pass-through of screen space to screen space is now screen space to NDC, because the projection matrix used to be screen space to NDC. Yeah, okay. So what we need to set here is like what? It's just a guess. Why would? Oh no. Yeah. Okay. Is this doing the right multiplication? We need a pre-mult. Okay. Sorry, I'm getting tired or something. This used to replace the identity matrix with some helper. It probably should not have done that. It probably should have said, there's some transform under which we're operating, but I need another transform. And the transform should apply before anything else in the pipeline. Which is to say, it needs to be model view then current model view. Now this still might not work. What does mult matrix do? Mult matrix does a pre-multiply. Yeah, okay. This won't work. We need to respect incoming model view matrix state. There are no doors. There are no doors. Das ist gut. We've rendered the floors and the walls again, right? And then now, render wall textures. You also get to be not bad at your job. It's just other stuff that's broken. Yay! Okay. It's frustrating that it was so involved to figure this out. I think it's frustrating because needs tests, but removing this line is expected to solve. Why was this a difficult thing to find out? I think it's that we had far and wide assumption that the model view matrix was the identity matrix, and that we didn't need to care about it. And that changed. That's okay. We learn. All right, so what are the other failing tests? Because we were able to fix them pretty easily last time. So hopefully I can fix them now and not break the one. Wall texture test. Line 65. Okay, that fixed this one. Edit game. It's not that, but it's, yeah. Edit game UI versus test. Mm-hmm. There's no draw. Okay, so that's the startup, and that's UI startup. Start go. It's not rendering that because this is what xy dx dy because we're doing with mult matrix in mode. And we've already changed it to make what's his name pass. Why wouldn't that work? Hold on. It used to say run it in matrix projection, matrix mode projection. This used to be Yeah, okay, okay. So this... Oh, I don't think we want to muck with the projection matrix. Wait. Okay, okay, okay. There's render and then there's render advanced, and I bet they both need the same help. And, you know, that's a good reason to encourage not copy pasting. Because you end up with... There's render, render natural, render advanced, both as free functions and as member functions on these data objects. But it's green. It's green. So, yeah. Hooray. That only took 4 hours longer than it should have. Or 20 hours, maybe? I don't know. I don't know how you want to count it, but it took longer than it should have. What would have kept us from losing so much sanity this time? Um, in hindsight, maybe if we had done things like a um, API trace on the first run, API trace on the second run. I don't know. Commenting OGL load matrix over it. My phone's going crazy. There's probably other things we need to worry about in here. almost certainly. But the tests are green. Okay. That's fair. Interesting that we would not have made this change before. Have we not been running make fumped? Maybe make fumped got updated. Maybe, like go fumped, but that's fine. All right, let's see. Hey, look at that. And we clip. What a clip. That was, I did not update that. Now they are. Okay. The credits page isn't rendering its text properly. It was for a little bit the other day. I wonder if that's a thing we can fix. Credits page doesn't render text properly. Story of my life. Text doesn't render properly. Let's see if we can fix that. Let's look at what the let's look at this file and see what's in it. And maybe compare with what we see. Okay, so yeah, it should draw these lines. We can render text. Something worked that I didn't explicitly fix. Yay! I don't think we need any of this. Respond. Yeah, so we set the mouse X and Y there, so I don't think we need to do it here. We should really be trying to write a red test here. My suspicion is that we can do that. Oh, hey, Sneaky Donkey. How's it going? No, that's not right. We're using like render string, right? Yeah. Okay. So with how's it going, Sneaky Donkey? What are you up to? Size 15. You're good. You handed in your job termination letter, so you're free for your new job. Nice. And I was put on garden leave immediately. This means I got a month of paid vacation now. Yeah, things are going. We finally fixed clip planes. I don't know if you were here the other day on Tuesday, but this is we don't see past the bottom of the scrolling region, and stuff shows up. Hooray! So that's kind of cool. But right now the credits menu is supposed to just draw some strings, and it's not. When I was working on getting the clip regions working, it seemed to be working. Like we saw the text, but it's not working right now. So my first hunch was that the clipping broke it, but I don't think that's the case anymore because I just turned the clipping off. And we can now see that it draws outside of its clip. Sure. So then now my hunch is that the dictionary for rendering the text, kind of our, I don't know if I've ever explained it, how we do text, but we kind of have this grid of glyphs that we then stitch back together. If that's corrupt, then that would be bad. So let's regen it. Nope. Oh, I RM'd data fonts, not data runtime fonts. Oops. Come on. Yep. Okay, so data runtime fonts. The data and data runtime are basically, oh, my keystrokes are broken, are basically mirrors of each other, except when I run it kind of with my make it go helper, I run in data runtime so that I don't clobber stuff that should be pristine for Git. Um, they are different. What are you talking about? What? Oh, I said data runtime both times. Oh, we'll get there. We'll get there. Okay. So something wrong. Pardon me. Um, the funny thing is that I did see it working the other day, and that's where we learned that there was some funny stubs data in there. This is in there for testing, I guess, but it looks even funnier when you see it in the app. Uh, the textures are loading and the buttons are loading. It's just it's really the glyphs that look wrong. So let's take a look at the dictionary object that we've made. I don't know if you ever see Sneaky Donkey. I don't know if you ever seen me work on the text in this game, but brace yourself. I mean, that's part of the course of this game. Just brace yourself. Um, okay, so what are we seeing in Haunts that isn't working? We're saying for line render at xy, please do thing. Um, we have a test that draws multiple lines. I seem to remember a test case that had 3 lines of text. Yeah. So never you mind that these are text lines and they're just render stringing instead of text lining, but it's fine. But yeah, if we look at test data, multi-line, we can draw multiple lines, right? Uh, the test window should be. I'm just thinking, like, how do we set up the orthographic projection each time? I think it's in render test window. We prep a context by saying model view gets such things. What does GL viewport do again? I mean, it defines the viewport, but is it just about like clipping? So as long as we're running the credits under this test window stuff, the matrix should be set up. Um, where do we set that up when we run a game? When we UI draw. And I'm pretty sure we UI draw to get the credits because So we insert start menu, and when we click credits, we insert credits menu. But it's all to this like GUI widget parent. And then the game box gets added to the UI. And it's the UI that we tell to draw every frame. We should look at if we accidentally broke making dictionaries when we changed the clipping. Oh yeah. Do we have a test that does the thing where we make a dictionary and don't suck? The other thing to do is say, well, we know that we can render some text like this. What size is this? How would we find that? We would find that in data runtime. UI start versus layout. If there is one. No, there isn't. Size 20. Okay. So it's the dictionary is corrupt. That's bad. And if we remake it, we still get a corrupt dictionary. Okay, so that's telling me that if I make a dictionary, All right, so if I were to write out the size 15 font for this, $265 kilobytes. It just seems wrong. But like this does what I think it does, right? So getting a dictionary for size, get dictionary by properties. Okay, so try to call GUI.getDictionary for that string. If it panics, it might be a GUI missing font error. If it is, load dictionary by properties. Mm. We didn't get any. Oh, well, I guess it might be in here. Of course this is nil. Yeah, font cache miss. Wait, what is load font? Oh, oh yeah. When did this break? That's fine. Uh, this is all in memory, right? Like I don't think this is done on the render thread. Uh, sorry, whether it's done on the render thread or not is actually irrelevant. It's that it's not using GL to do it. It's that it's, I mean, unless, but it shouldn't. Like FreeType shouldn't use GL. Yeah, it's using image. Yeah. So you don't have to worry about that. We'll have to think about this. We will have to think about this. I'm going to take a break. I'll be back around 1:30 or so. Alrighty. So we're seeing that we can't build a dictionary on disk for size 15, which is weird. Um, what about 17? "17 works, but not 15. Why would 15 not work? What? That's so weird. Why? Hmm. For some sizes, it's broken. We saw it work for 17. And yet. 14 works. 13 works. This is confusing and troubling. Why just 15? Why can't others break? That doesn't look like. What? Dead broke. Okay. Is it that it's 15? All right, I think I'm at the point where I want to understand what's on disk for this dict 15 instead of the dict anything else. Um, this is so weird. There's nothing that should really care about 15 versus 18. Like, we have a thing, right? That does font recorder. So this blots out the grid of glyphs. Um, If I do a go run tools font recoder on GUI test data dict. Okay. I've not seen it use 3 lines before, but it shouldn't break it. That looks like a 2-pixel gap to me. Okay, so the image encoded in it is fine. So we need to also dump what are the metrics? That's a lot of 0. Yeah, most of the bytes are 0 in the image thing. So the glyph for the character 1, ASCII 1, says it's at 129.21. Maybe I want to load this in a thing where I can see which pixels. How am I going to copy it? I mean, I can just that. There we go. 129 across, 21 down. I mean, that looks to be further to the. I need a better way to measure pixels. Um, I hate to do it, but we just need from here to there. And we want to put it right at the top. Okay. Now, see, I'm looking at the coordinates in the bottom right, and it's not correct. See, that says that's 121.21. 129.21, sorry. Okay, that's reasonable. and then goes to 137.42. Yeah, that's pretty reasonable. Saying the bounds are okay. Like, I wish, I wish it was just too. I mean, what does this need to encode? This needs to encode where in the thing and how much screen space it should take. Like, it just doesn't need to be a rectangle. It just needs to be a pair. But it's saying it should be an 8 by 21. Yeah. So why can't... I don't understand. I don't understand why that would be not working. What is it? Convert that? Parse conv float. There's a package that provides A to I. Strconv? I think. Yeah. I mean, I guess we should print usage information, but we'll deal with that later. If we do. Okay, so we have the point size. TTF file needs to be parsed. Load. True type font. True type font is must load font from TTF file. We're going to make dictionary over the true type font at point size int give it the rendering queue and void logger. And it's not allowed to fail. d.store graph. Haunts. Which one do we load if we're in Haunts land? Commoner? Dictionary. Tomer TTF. Size 15 to 15 gob. Shouldn't it? Oh, yeah. We should organize the imports, and then we don't have these. Okay, it checks out that that is 265k because it's 265k over on the haunts project. Now, if we do go run tools font decoder, from 15 to Fuping. Okay, so that's not broken. And it's only size 15. Okay. Maker tools font render. From file, whatever.gob, and then to file, yeah, it's a .png. Open it, load it, create the output file. Render. Dot. Let's not have an output file. We'll just open a window and draw to it. Yeah, we can't call this render, can we? We gotta call it render queue. I don't want to conflict with the package name render. Render queue.purge. Here we'll do a sys.swap buffers so we don't forget. And then, well, maybe we just do like a funct f scanf some string from std error. We probably want a string to draw. String to render. Okay, we don't see it. Maybe like prompt up printf hit enter to exit. Interesting that that worked. But oh well. Maybe we're not supposed to swap buffers. I don't see it. Okay, I think that's about all I'm going to do for today. Building up our tooling around given a TTF file, make sure our tools work, or make our code to parse it and re-encode it as this like dictionary object. Yeah. More helpers, more better. But yeah, thanks so much for watching. Hope to see you again next time.